Alright, welcome back to another stream of Disco Elysium with our first playthrough and yeah, our second session of the game. We're gonna maybe make a bit of progress today because last time we didn't really get that far. Literally just stepped outside of the hotel and went a bit further, and yeah, that was pretty much it. But there was like lots of people to talk to, and definitely was also good to take our time to like really take in all the different opportunities and things to interact with. But yeah, also hey AC, welcome in. How is it going? Thank you for joining. Also hey Dr. Darling, welcome in as well. How are you today? Hey Stan, welcome in. The first step is the 50% of a job. That is true, especially for our main character. You know, even getting on the job is like half a job. At least so far. But yeah, that first step can be definitely the most important sometimes. But yeah, so make sure we have the Twitch integration going again so people can vote for choices. However, since last time I kind of chose to change it a little bit, because we basically had viewer choices on for pretty much any choice in the game. But yeah, I'm gonna go and really only make it more selective. So I'm gonna be choosing which choices will have viewer impact. Mostly because there's like lots of choices where you just talk to people or you just ask questions. So I wanna mostly stick to choices that have like some sort of like impact, or you know, that kind of like feels like they would maybe have impact. And really focus on those choices for viewer influence, but you know, leave like general choices just up to me, because it's definitely a pretty long game for the type of game that it is, I would say. And yeah, last time we made not so much progress, especially when I was comparing it how long it took like other, you know, people in like playthroughs. It took like 4 months the time pretty much last time for the same progress. And I feel like, you know, obviously I took my time. I also talked about a lot of the game happening, but that's gonna keep on happening, I think. So I feel like just, you know, like taking back a little bit of the viewer impact on like regular choices would definitely lend and give me like a bit more time to work with for the future. So yeah, gonna see how that goes. And I think it's still gonna offer a nice amount of impact for the viewers. Dr. Darling, today's goal: find gear that matches the yellow gloves. That is true. Gotta, you know, dive into the fashion street. Gotta find the look that really suits well together. That's the most important thing today. Not like solving crimes, but discovering dead bodies. That's later on the checklist. Viewers voted for share Twitch token with chat. Let me just review it real quick. It has a lot of text and dialogues, exactly. Yeah, so for the viewer choice, what also took extra time is that I was kind of like reading out all the choices all the time, just to make it like more clear to viewers what they would be voting on. Still gonna keep on doing that for choices that I intend on making it open to viewers, but yeah, definitely not for every choice anymore. Just a bit time consuming. But yeah, I am glad though that the game has so much narration in the Final Cut version, because otherwise it would be so much more to read. And probably something I would, in that case, more play myself maybe, instead of, you know, on stream. But yeah, so far I've been really enjoying this. I think the setting is very interesting, even though we haven't seen that much of it yet. And of course the main protagonist and the way we kind of like choose to play him, the way the kind of like made choices happen, and why you can make certain choices or not. It's quite interesting with all these like intrusive kind of like thoughts and different like narrators pretty much that are kind of trying to like push you into a direction, I guess. So yeah, curious to see how it goes today. But yeah, just as a general recap how the choices work, for those that haven't been there last time, or if you're not familiar yet, Twitch basically has an integration that enables you on mobile and desktop to access an overlay that's directly on the screen. You should be able to see, for example, my stats and my journal. On desktop, it's on the left side of the screen. On mobile, there's like a symbol on the top right of the chat with the main protagonist's face. And if you click on that, you can also see my stats and journal. And if there's any votes happening, you can also see a 50-second time window to make a vote. It's not a lot and you can't customize it, but I will always, of course, warn viewers beforehand that there's gonna be a vote and read the choices, which should give people enough time to prepare for a 50-second vote, I think. But yeah, that's pretty much how it works. So, let's go back into the game. Yeah, another thing that I was seeing is that this game being built in Unity engine actually has problems with FPS that aren't multiplied by, or kind of like divided by 50. So all the animations and stuff are kind of like more built around 50 FPS, and you know, that multiplied, I guess, rather than 60, and that can create some like stutters and like weird movement bugs, which I was wondering about last time. So I actually went with 100 FPS and we're gonna see how that goes. I walked around a little bit and it seemed to look a bit less stuttery. We're just gonna have a look. And where we stopped was going up here, because there's like a demonstration or something happening. Something major, which is why I haven't started last time. So we can directly have a look what's going on here. Okay, so people don't have money and they have no jobs. Let's talk with the guys here first. Never mind, that's just money. Ask a man with jolly eyes, toting a set. Okay, so this is definitely a choice that has impact, I would say, as to how the character sees us. So we will do a viewer choice here. We can ask either what exactly is a scab. We can say, yeah, I'm a scab, poor and downtrodden, wave your fist, right to work. So more hostile. And we can say, I'm not a scab, I'm a cop, and proceed. We can also choose to just walk away. So yeah, get ready to vote, and we're gonna start now. Okay, so we got a 50-50 here. I chose 1, so we're gonna go with the other choice. Yeah, I'm a scab, poor and downtrodden, waves my fists, right to work. So the more hostile choice, yeah?
Good one, officer. Don't worry. We here have solidarity with the RCM. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Okay, this choice I'm gonna make myself here. I can say I'm a bit short on money. Yeah, what's the strike about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Okay, so we're gonna revisit this dude if he wants to chat. Yeah, let's talk about the murder maybe, but I mean, that's rather for later, right? Like, let's actually talk to the union boss. It's not gonna reveal too much just yet, I don't think. And I'm not gonna ask for money either, because that won't give me more, you know, like, motivation for the dude to actually help me out and tell me stuff either. So I think this works for now.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The moan yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of a lot and oddly screechy for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered Alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Okay. Choice time. We have 1, why should I? 2, yes. Or 3, no. And the vote starts now. Okay, it's a three-way split. I chose why should I? Given it's a split, I'm gonna make the decision here and I'm gonna say no.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Power to the proletariat. Exactly. Down with the bourgeois.
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of cause are you talking about? Yeah, what kind of cause are you talking about?
Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scab.
Loitering man hollers in return. What is a strike? It's like we forgot everything. Who are all these strike breakers around?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through a steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
Given a job to do!
He seems a bit shady. Where he's kind of like switching so seamlessly between like talking to us about, you know, what they stand for, to like keeping on, you know, protesting. But I mean, as a leader, you know, you have to be cunning in quite a few ways. And I reckon he is as well. Just a question of if he has positive or negative intentions. So what exactly is your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you are unable to breach the entrance?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Wait, head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Okay, this actually seems like a more impactful choice because it's basically saying, okay, why haven't you kind of like stormed in yet and kind of like try to provocate them making a move, you know, and kind of like trying to lead to conflict. Or you could kind of like try to be more diplomatic and say, why don't you just talk to them, you know? He's obviously gonna say something like, yeah, I don't want to talk, or we already did or something, but I still think it's making a statement about where we stand personally, you know? If you want like conflict to happen, or if you want to like peace to prevail. So I'm gonna make a choice here between those two. And it starts now. Okay, we're gonna go with why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
Native fucks? Why you talk that way?
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
The man rubs his jaw, a perfect lightly bearded square wedge. Okay, I'm just gonna go and leave here for now. It says GRIH.
body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
I like that soundtrack here in the background. Well, I think I'm gonna make this a choice as well. So we've got say nothing, size him up first, so basically agreeing with authority. We can say what you mean, my body betrays my degeneracy. We can say my body doesn't betray my degeneracy. Or we can say my body's unimportant, I'm with the police and we need to get into the harbor. And vote is starting now. Okay, we go for 3 here. My body does not betray my degeneracy.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust, as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Al-Ghul reminds me of Batman, isn't it? Isn't Al-Ghul like one of the antagonists? In Batman Begins as well. He's kind of like in charge of a shadow society or something. Okay, this choice I'm gonna make here. I don't have a problem with Al-Ghul, I just drink a little on the weekends.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al-Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
The ham sandwich race. Okay.
Show him the ham still got it.
Okay, we're gonna make a choice here. We got 1. First, let me make this clear. I'm not a drunk, I'm a cop. I just have a drink every now and then. Everyone does. 2, actually I think the ham sandwich race still has it in them. 3, I'm a police, I need you to comply. Now. Take a step closer. Or 4, the race stuff's unimportant here, I just need you to help me do my job. Please. And vote starts now. So we go for 2. Actually, I think the ham sandwich race still has it in them.
Willingly calling yourself a ham sandwich, how far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
The inexplicably potato-obsessed Kronkos. I discovered French fries at one point and then just became obsessed with potatoes. No worries, darling. Yeah, fortunately the timing window is quite short for the votes. I try my best to kind of like prepare for every vote beforehand.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Okay, we have interfacing. That's the first time I think this appears in motorics. Master machines, pick locks, and pockets. Who for machinists, tinkerers, instrument players. Interfacing wants you to connect to machines to use and improve them because that makes you a better human organism. It enables you to understand interactions with machines, be that how to repair the motor of a kinema motor carriage, how to analyze the way a suspect used a pen, or how to refigure electrical circuits. It even lets you steal keys of a keyring without being noticed. At high levels, interfacing will isolate you from society. Why bother with people when you can talk to machines? And why bother with things like money when you can just pocket a display sandwich? At low-level server, you will have a crucial part of the world cut from you. People use machines to commit crimes of all the time. If you can't understand how a crime was accomplished, how can you solve it? Then you don't understand why it isn't called fried potatoes. Yeah, that's the question. I reckon because it's also about the shape. I guess fries is usually like saying it's like, you know, at least a certain rough shape. But yeah. Also, hey, the river, welcome in. How is it going? Talking to machines? I would never talk to a machine to talk to people. Totally not speaking into a machine right now. But still wasn't invented in Belgium. Yeah. It's actually interesting. I think I heard about the origin story for French fries, but kinda already forgot about it. But I think the French might have referred to like a French style or something. I'm actually curious now. So apparently it goes back to World War I, with American soldiers being stationed in Belgium. And as the official language of the Belgian army was French at the time, the Americans basically called it French fries. And that's why the name kind of like stuck, I guess. But yeah, we can thank, once again, America. It seems. But yeah, very much rigged war. Okay, so we're gonna make a choice here. We have, come on, I just need you to move about 20 centimeters back. 2, push him out of the way. Or 3, you're right about all this. Now I just need you to let me go into the harbor. And vote starts now. Okay, so it's 50-50. We're gonna push him out of the way. Oh no. That's not gonna go well, I don't think. Then again, I have a pretty good physical rating, so who knows.
That is right. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
Yeah, so much to my physique. He didn't even flinch.
Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you.
He was able to resist the power of bell-bottom pens. Wow. What can you do? Not much.
The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard.
It doesn't seem like a very good suggestion, considering he didn't even flinch the first hit.
No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate.
That's pretty cool. Like the duality here between, you know, physique and psyche. Psyche meaning we wanna like talk to people first. That means you have now 2 kind of like choices that are tied directly to the psyche or physical prowess. And yeah, it seems like the psyche one is actually much higher in, you know, or more likely to happen. Not so much the physical here. Also, give me just 1 sec. Alright, sorry, I'm back. So we're gonna do a vote here for this one. Because we have also like very, important choices here with ones directly tied to psyche and physical. The first two Anvo, they are you serve a union, don't you? Anve white. Two, what are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean? 3 is conceptualization. Subscribe to his advanced race theory. Yikes. Of physical instrument, knock him out. So because I have a high psyche, I can actually support his race theory? Jesus. I don't want to become a racist. But yeah, it's up to you guys, so we're gonna go and make a vote here. Of course. That was voted on. Well, I guess you're gonna subscribe to his advanced race theory. For 42% chance. You didn't vote this time? Fair enough. I have a feeling who might have done this. Maybe it's a race like car racing. I didn't think about that. You're totally right. Maybe it's just about like, go-kart race or something. The great go-kart race theory.
Go ahead. Don't be shy.
We failed.
Just ask for race secrets.
Okay, we're gonna make another choice here. We have 1, I want to learn this race theory of yours. So that we could become friends. Try to smile pathetically. 2, I need some of that race stuff in my brain. Sock it to me. Or 3, no, I better not say anything on this topic. Okay, we're not gonna say anything.
That's understandable. Jean-Luc Measurehead is a sage and an intellectual giant of race theory. Who are you, handmaiden of Al Ghul?
As a conceptualization 2 here is locked. We can still try to knock him out though. And we can still ask the other questions here, so we're gonna make another vote. Let's inquire about the tattoos.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures towards the lorryman down the street.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenology grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
You're right, that's craniometric perfection. My race doesn't stand a chance.
Correct.
He doesn't even detect sarcasm. You serve a union, don't you? Aren't they white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
He turns his eyes towards the harbor, seemingly bored with you.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
Yeah, but you still serve them. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital, something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
Okay, I'm gonna make a choice about this because we can pretty much make a choice about what kind of person we identify as. We can say I'm no communist. We can say communism is pretty cool. We can say individualism is my jam. We can say my jam is a mysterious fourth thing. Or we can say enough of this. And vote starts now. Okay, it seems like individualism is my jam has won. That's also what I chose.
Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
I've gotten it from disco actually.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done.
Ah yeah, so that's how disco came to be. Is it? Some actual lore here. How disco evolved in the universe of Disco Elysium. Hey there, Synergy, welcome in. And thank you for joining, how's it going? It's going pretty well over here. Doing our first playthrough of Disco Elysium, and we're doing it with the Twitch integration for viewer choices. So whenever we have a choice, it kind of seems like it has a bit more impact when people will have a chance to actually vote on the outcome. But yeah, so far really enjoying it. I think the narrative is really well done. I like the environments too, and the soundtrack. Hey there, Mr. Godi, welcome in, dude. How is it going?
I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Okay, I'll ask. Who are the Seminoles?
The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol?
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
Pretty good, you had a session with your personal trainer tonight. Very nice, dude. I hope it went well. What kind of exercises that you guys do tonight. Synergy, yeah, that's the first time you saw the extension. Looks great. It's very nicely integrated for sure. You can see the stats and my journal at all times, and there's also pop-up happening, of course, for votes. It's really cool how it's also like integrated into the game, with like the percentages behind the choices. Makes it very seamless for sure. Okay, so I'm gonna provoke a little bit and say, so you did not come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
Ah, yeah, then it must be true. You know, if you hear anything on the radio...
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
Well, I really want to inquire further now and provocate, but I'm going to leave it up to you guys. So I'm going to make a vote here. Whether or not to provocate him further with the first choice. Just say, so you're not really Semines, you're just from Revachol. Or we could say, cool, and just leave it be. So vote starts now. Woody stretches your mobility and seeing what movements you can and can't do, and you're doing a dieting plan next. Very nice, dude. Sounds like a good plan to kind of like, you know, work on that first. Just like get a certain, you know, like sense of flexibility. And feel like you can also do certain movements more comfortably. It's hard to decide. Definitely can be with some of the choices, especially if you have like, you know, 4 or 5 different ones to choose from. But yeah, this time we're going for the provocation here. I think it's gonna knock us out soon.
I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central to the Simony strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world.
The culture. The French accent is also... I like the fact that they're having so many accents in this game. It seems your partner here in the investigation has like a Japanese accent. This guy has a French accent. Makes you want to hear a German accent eventually. Apart from me, that is. Good, he worked the spine, did lunges and squats with weights. That sounds good. Yeah, doing like certain movements of weights is also very good for mobility too. Kinda like have a bit more impact on certain muscles. Synergy, you played Disco Elysium once and watched a friend of yours playing it. It's very interesting to see how different people move with the story. It definitely seems a way, you know. Like also with the kind of like different character traits, you know, and how they might also impact what kind of choices you will be having. But then of course choosing like where you go and who you talk with. But yeah, so far we haven't really gotten to see too much yet. I just stepped out of a hotel and walked a bit further. I think we spent like over 3 hours last time just in the hotel, just like talking to people and talking about choices. So I think it's gonna be a long playthrough. But yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it though. It's a very thought-provoking story so far. That sounds cool, Cody. So, do you have like any plan where you would like to end up with? Like, would you like to get into a certain sport, or would you just like to work on like, you know, increasing your strength?
You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
Okay, let's ask Kim what he thinks about this.
I don't think anything about this. We are wasting our time having this conversation.
Fair enough.
Your pedomorphic friend is right. You should leave here with your tail between your legs, contemplating race extinction. I am an immovable obstacle.
Oh, is he though? Okay, so we're gonna do something different now, because another thing that people can vote on for is to affect my stats. So if I click on the head icon, there's gonna be a pop-up where you can basically, like, everyone gets a vote to boost one specific move of myself. So should you vote into physical, it might actually increase my chance to knock him out if people vote for it. You could also, of course, decrease my physical, make the chance even lower, and then decide me to kick him. If you just wanna like sabotage, I guess. But that's up to you, really. I'm gonna make a vote for now, and you can decide to boost one skill point. Okay. I mean, I know that I at least voted for physical instrument or physical power, which should be out in 5 now, but maybe it's something that doesn't actually change in between dialogues. That could be. Probably has to be that I finish a dialogue and then before I start the next one, it's probably like, you know, has to be in that Karnak period. Gordy, pretty much a little bit of everything. You want to be bulky and you kind of want to have a nice body movement, so don't feel like a tank. Fair enough, yeah. Well, I'm definitely not an expert to give you like advice or too much of that. But yeah, I definitely also wish you all the best with it and hope it goes well. And yeah, sounds like you're already doing some really good work there. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, plan that didn't quite work out, but yeah, gonna wait before starting the next major conversation. Maybe then let people boost stats. Didn't change anything. Maybe you can just skip it for now. I'm gonna make it up to you guys. You can make the choice to leave him, or we can also make the choice to knock him out. Gonna start one more vote here. But yeah, definitely don't vote on the other choice, because we already have asked all of these questions here, the first 3. So vote starts now. Okay, so I actually chose to knock him out, but I'm gonna view viewer influence over my choices. So if it's like a tie, then I'm gonna go for one of the others. In this case, it's between the tattoos, which I already have asked, and leaving. So we're gonna actually leave him this time. Let's check this out. Notice, in case of a strike, press button behind the guard. Hermetically sealed door, locked by electronic means. There's no lockpicking or door kicking this one. Okay.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Okay, there's no new dialogue options here, so just gonna leave him for now. So I gotta talk to a union boss, I guess. Why can't I go down? Okay, now. Yeah, no way further here, I don't think. What is this? Fritte? Sick. Yellow roses, dozens of them. Tulips too.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritte slogan on the back.
Fritte. I don't even have enough money to buy a raincoat. Which could increase our endurance, yeah? So we're just gonna point to the raincoat for now. What's that?
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
She taps on a glass counter. The raincoat patiently awaits purchase. But yeah, we don't have the money here, so we're just gonna leave her for now. Guess you can talk to her directly as well.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
She returns to her magazine.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Yeah, let's inquire about the magazine here.
You mean this?
She looks at the cover, boasting a colorful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
I approve of this. Very futuristic. Tap on the girls kissing.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
The apologetic half smile. Now that's descriptive.
Schiller! Schiller!
Knock, knock.
Schiller, knock knock. Hey Varrot, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. And how's it going, Senny? How was the rest of your Tomb Raider stream today? Did you finish the Egypt level? It was like the last thing I saw you do. And yeah, welcome in to all of you raiders. Hey Schiller, welcome in. How's it going? Ahoy. Also, hey Velitis, welcome in. Knock knock. And yeah, welcome into Disco Elysium, which is continuing with our second session. Still looking for the body that we have to investigate for the murder. So still haven't made it like super far in our investigation process, but yeah, just talking to people, getting to know the universe a bit better. Also, hey Versona, thank you so much for the follow and welcome in. That's great to hear, Schiller. And yeah, doing quite well. Having a nice day so far. We're looking forward to play more of this game. And yeah, still doing the viewer choices. I've decided to make a little bit less of them, so I'm only doing viewer choices now for choices that I think are a bit more impactful. To save a bit of time on that, because I've been like reading out a lot of the choices and then of course taking extra time for every choice to make it viewer dependent, so we're focusing a bit more on impactful choices. But yeah, it's been good for sure. Makes going through the dialogues, which there of course are a lot of in this game, go a bit quicker. As we weren't going to raid till we saw Disco. I don't blame you. Totally understandable. Rotten Verse went really well. You now have 8 levels left, 4 in South Pacific and 4 in Antarctica. Oh yeah. Now those are also settings you don't get to see too often in games now, is it? Like Antarctica specifically. That's really cool, you actually go there as Lara. But that's great, dude. I'm glad you had a good time and that it went well. At least I know there's a dead body. That's the first step to know. Exactly. Or what Stan said earlier, 50%. The first step is like 50% of a job. So at least we've done half of it, I guess. Also, hey Lizzie, welcome in. How is it going? How goes the Pfeffer Hunt in AC2? Oh yeah, Lightus. All the shenanigans. Love it. In the South Pacific Islands, there you come across an Australian soldier. Ah, do you? And does that Australian soldier have like a very thick Aussie accent? Would be funny if he did. Also, I want to give a shout out to Rod for those of you that didn't come in with a raid. That already have been here, or if you have never checked out Rod before. He's also someone who's played this game before, actually, and also really liked it. In general, loves narratively focused games, but also action-adventure, stealth, and yeah, all kinds of different RPG games too. Big fan of Rockstar games, but also Assassin's Creed, which you can find often on his channel. Also games like, of course, Tomb Raider, which he's been playing today. Currently he's playing through the classic Tomb Raider games as part of his annual series run. And he also tends to do lots of like challenges and unique playthrough ideas. Taking it very in-depth sometimes, or just going for like insane challenges. Like Go challenges where you have to be completely unnoticed and nobody can see even your impact. But also like no upgrade challenges and the likes. He also loves doing impressions of people like Arnie Schwarzenegger, but also he's done like a Gollum impression, but also Bane impression from Batman, which always very funny and very cool to hear. So yeah, lots of great content over there. So if you haven't checked out Rod before, then there's a shout out in chat. But yeah, he uses some slang words too. He's in a bad way though, cause he almost got eaten completely by cannibals. Jesus. I don't blame him for using some slang words in that case as well. As far as I'm concerned, he can slur and slang as much as he wants after such a situation. Let's hope he survived it though. And yeah, that's no worries for the shout out whatsoever, dude. More than happy to give you one. Hey, the Bioshock Dragon, welcome in. Good morning. How is it going? No worries whatsoever, Lizzie. No worries. And yeah, I was just asking how the feather hunt is faring so far. How far you've gotten with Assassin's Creed 2. And I think last time you said you were at about 90 feathers collected or something. Doing good with Bioshock? That's great to hear. Glad to hear it. Okay, so back into the game. Let's inquire about what is this Fritte, as they said, or the narrator said earlier. She's doing a more Americanized or like more English pronunciation, I think.
I don't know. Frit?
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
Let's proceed. I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
She puts down the magazine. Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Did you know the man who died?
Not really.
Not really? Does that mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
Very helpful.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Very informative. Very. The Assassin's Creed 1 informant's got nothing on her.
Okay.
Okay. I have to think of the character from South Park. But always says, okay. You love the way they build the dialogues? Absolutely. It's really cool. And also especially with, suggestions of the character traits that are constantly coming in to kind of like push you into certain directions. It's especially interesting when you have like, physical come in and say like, just punch him out or something. And then Psyche comes in and says, nah, you can be better than that, just like talk to the person. Liz, you have all the feathers, just need 2 more seals and you have everything, and right now you're on sequence 11. How yeah, Lizzie, GG's on collecting all the feathers. That's definitely one of the biggest tasks done for sure. The rest of it is gonna be easy peasy in comparison. At least like time investment wise. But yeah, how did you like that cutscene that happens if you deliver all of the feathers? Because I really, really liked it. The teacher, that's the one. I kind of forgot his name. Let me see. Ah, yeah, he's called Stan Leckie, apparently. Hey there, Wayne, welcome in. You love that cutscene? Me too. Yeah, it felt very rewarding, after collecting all of the feathers to have something that's that impactful, because Maria's just all game long, really, ever since she arrived in Monteriggioni. She's just like, kneeling there and praying in total silence, not talking to anyone. And it's also great how it really connects well to Brotherhood, because then in Brotherhood, of course, you see her being like back to her own, self. And, really being like much more active and trying to work actively, for the betterment of what's going on there. And yeah, if you don't actually collect all the feathers, then you won't really know why she changed. And it's also a very good tie-in, I think, to the youngest son, Petruccio. Because the whole feather collecting thing, of course, was something that he used to do. And yeah, that's probably also the death that I would imagine weighs almost the heaviest on her. You know, the death of a kid. The youngest. The trophy on PS5 is called for Petruccio was satisfying after nearly giving up. 100%. I didn't even know that there was a trophy called like that. Because I've only ever played AC2 on PC. And it didn't actually have any achievements, I don't think, on Ubisoft. Maybe on like Steam. But that's definitely a good way to name it, I think. Because you love it so much, honoring Ezio's little brother Petruccio was probably the reason you collected them. I don't blame you. Yeah. I also like the fact that once you collect 50 feathers, you kind of like bring them there, and Mario's like, you know, maybe we should give up, you know, it's not really doing anything. Maria's just still being the same, and, you know, maybe focus on like other stuff instead. So it's really saying to the player, like, you know, you don't have to do this. And almost like provocating you a little bit, being like, you know, like, why do you even do this? But I'm the type of person that is like, okay, if somebody says it, then I'm just gonna do it either way. Like, especially because I believe that it will, you know, do something. But it's not for nothing. So I think because of that, it feels almost doubly as satisfying. Feeling like it really accomplished something. Well, thank you for your help, I guess.
Uh-huh.
She brushes a strand of hair off her face and tries to return to her magazine. Right, so much to Fritte. Let's go out of here. Jumper Jams, a popular music mag. A glossy magazine, most able-bodied men. The issue hosts a top 10 list. Oh no, they're much hunkier than you. You shouldn't feel threatened by handsome men. Don't be silly. So that's Psyche coming in there. Also, give me just 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Pretty cool that my partner has like a idle animation where he's like writing in his notebook, which is like going over notes. Thanks for the lurk, Rod. I appreciate it. Synergy that music hits you every time. The soundtrack is so good for this game. After my first session, I listened to the soundtrack so much, I have to say, like to specific tracks. It's actually performed by and composed by Sea Power, which is like a British rock band apparently. And yeah, I think they've done a great job. Lizzie, the cutscene with Mario made you work even harder to collect the feathers, honestly. Exactly. It's a bit like a motivating push. It's like reverse psychology of sorts. He's like saying maybe you shouldn't do it, and it's like, okay, now I wanna do it.
Welcome to Rivachol.
The racist lorry driver. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to a lieutenant. Jesus. Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
Yeah, we're really all obsessed with like heritage and where they come from and stuff. Like even Kim is saying, you know, that he's like a descendant of like a racist culture. Almost like justifying it, you know.
Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
Gonna say nothing here.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Limbo? What's going on here?
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
Right, and that's why you only addressed for one person and not me. Hey there, Amita. Welcome in. How is it going? Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And welcome in, raiders. How was your stream? How was... I think you played Skyrim today, haven't you? Ah yeah. Continuing playing on survival mode. How is that going for you? And welcome in, Alice. And Deshokop. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Do we just call you Des? But yeah, welcome in as well. Thank you so much for joining. I hope everyone is doing well today. And welcome into Disco Elysium. We're doing our first playthrough. And we're also doing viewer choices. So for the more important, impactful choices, we have like a Twitch integration going. And for that integration, you can, yeah, both on mobile and on desktop, you know, participate in voting for choices. And the one with the most votes, we will go for. And yeah, it's going good, Amita. Thank you for asking. Having a nice day so far. I'm definitely looking forward to play more of this one too. Still liking the narrative a lot and the writing. And yeah, just a very intriguing universe so far, I have to say. But I still haven't found the body that we have to investigate that the whole game is about, I think. So we're still very, very early into it. I have a very German accent. I do. Yeah, I've been talking on stream for almost 5 years now or something. And still staying true to that German accent. I think at this point I'm probably never getting rid of it. Even if I would like to. I mean, that's better than you thought. You thought it would be too hard, but it isn't all bad. That's definitely good to hear as well. I'm glad that it went well. And yeah, sometimes I reckon, especially in RPG, it might even be more dependent on like what kind of like equipment you might be having to like negate some of the tricky things to deal with. There was also like a fast travel restriction, right, in the survival mode. How are you liking the fact that you have to like travel naturally mostly, or use like, I guess, carriages? Genghis Khan? Oh yeah, love that, love a track. So, Jing then. Cheers, dude. Appreciate it. Amita, you cannot fast travel. You can only use carriage. You like it that way. You don't use fast travel a lot in games. Seems like a natural transition then for you to do. And yeah, I don't blame you. Like, if I'm not in a rush, or if I'm not like trying to like, you know, do like 100% run where I have to like constantly travel across the entire map. If I'm just playing natural, I also try to stay away from fast travel, mostly. Because you never know what you might run into, you know, without fast travel. Especially if you have like a very dynamic open world. Synergy, you don't know, you like the way German accent sounds. Pretty soft, sounds a bit like a cat's purring to you. Well, cheers, Synergy, I appreciate it. Yeah, I can definitely differ quite a lot. I can also definitely sound quite hard, I guess. Because a lot of the German sounds are like and stuff like that. And like very sharp sounds. But yeah, of course, if you kind of like talk in English, then you tend to pronounce things a bit differently. It's like more of a mashup sometimes. Tschüss. Auf Wiedersehen. Mach's gut. Very cat-like. The purring.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Ah yeah, so that's a narrator who's kind of like in favor of cops stand up for each other. They take a bullet for each other. Okay, I think this is gonna be a vote time here. So people will have a choice to vote now, like all the viewers. So for those who came in with the rates and that are not maybe too familiar with how voting functions, basically on desktop you have a pop-up happening for the choice. You can just click on the choice you want to have. If you're on mobile, then you have to actually click on a symbol on the top right of the chat. It's like a head symbol. And in there you will have a choice also to leave a vote. But yeah, it's only 15 seconds timer vote for the extension. So you gotta be a bit faster. I'm gonna read the choice of a vote first. And then I'm gonna say that I'm voting, and then you have a 15 seconds time to make a decision. Danke. Bitte, bitte. No worries, Lizzie. You have a good one. Thanks for dropping by and for joining with a raid. And yeah, catch you next time. Okay, so we have 3 choices here. We have fucking A, Kim. I've got your back. Give a lieutenant a punch on the shoulder. 2. Well, I think we all learned something here. Smile at the lorryman. Or 3. Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions. And the vote starts now. Hey, the Cold Workman. How's it going? Nothing bad about German accent. For you, it actually helps you understand German language without additional study, as the language barrier versus accents tends to mold by time. You do have headbutts time to time as not choosing extra languages, but there are limits by time, personal location, and skill. That's true as well. It would definitely maybe also help, you know, understanding how some of the pronunciation of like German words might even, you know, be. But yeah, cheers code, I appreciate it. And hope you're doing well today. Alright, so everyone voted for number 1 here. We're gonna stand by Kim. And we're gonna punch the lieutenant's shoulder.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lorryman spits.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarette smoldering between his fingers. What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples?
Apples.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Okay then, let's leave for now. Not gonna take a smoke from this guy. Oh, to be fair, we do need a smoke, right? It's like one of our tasks. But I'm sure we can find another way to get a smoke than getting it from a racist lorry driver. There'll be plenty of cigarettes around this place, I would imagine. So we're done for now. I'm looking forward to learn more about Kim. He seems like a very intriguing character so far. It'd be cool to learn more about his past. Okay, so this is where we came from. Talk to that guy, I'm quite sure. Talk to that grandma, or rather not, because she wasn't actually responding. I mean, we gotta find a way to open the door, right? But the only way past to do this is like trying to punch him out. That's like the only choice I have right now. So maybe I just go and find another way for now. Closed for winter, please use the main entrance. Ah yeah, so that's the motel we've been staying at. Oh yeah, that soundtrack, Rod. At the gate. I like how dark it is. There are bottles inside, you could pick them up if you had a bag. Which I don't.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the coat. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer. What kind of store is this anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
It's really interesting how we can ask about what is a book, a postcard, or a board game. Kind of like making a decision about how far our, amnesia actually lasts. Book being the most basic thing, postcard the most advanced, and board game a bit more advanced, I would say, of like understanding what it is, But I'm gonna leave this up to you guys. We can of course also choose to know all of these things. And that basically saying that our amnesia isn't quite as bad. Or maybe we're just pretending that it isn't. But yeah, I'm gonna make a vote here, so it's up to you guys. I'm gonna start it now. Okay, so for most votes received, what's a board game? Which is kind of fitting, isn't it? Because isn't like this Elysium also partially inspired by board games? I seem to remember that being mentioned at some point. You think so, Rod? Yeah. Definitely inspired by some really old school games as well. Might have been like a mix of like 90s video games and like, board games. But yeah, what's a board game then?
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Interesting, thanks.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Actually got XP for that. So we really didn't know. Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
Where's Shardsley? Now that's a question. Makes you wonder if he exists in this alternative timeline. If he transcends time and space. What is your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide, as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
She kind of reminds me of one of the Brother Grimm stories. At least I think it was a Brother Grimm story. It's like a Christmas story, but a really sad one, because it's about a little kid that's like standing in the cold outside in the snow. I think bare feet as well. And just like trying to sell matches to people to make a bit of extra money on Christmas. but it's really poor. And I'm not sure if she even has parents. And ultimately, she ends up just lighting matches to stay warm until the night. And she like looks into a window and sees like a really happy family that's like having a great Christmas dinner, while she's like outside in the cold. And in the end, she actually dies. I remember hearing that story as a kid, and even then it was like quite depressing. But now even more so, you know. Like hearing a story like that. But yeah, not all fairy tales are like, super positive or have like, kind of like a positive outcome. In fact, a lot of the original Brother Grimm fairy tales were actually really dark. Even like stories like the Big Bad Wolf and how was she called? Red Hood or something? I mean, we call it Rotkäppchen in German. But in that story, originally, the wolf actually just kills, I think, everyone. And they don't survive. Kind of like as a story to warn, I think, also against wolves and stuff. But I certainly didn't have the outcome where the hunter actually goes there and, like, rescues the Red Riding Hood. Thank you, Bioshock. That's the name. But yeah, the wolf actually succeeds. And, that's the end of the story. But yeah, I tell you, German fairy tales, there's definitely some fucked up stories in there. Brought to imagine a story about a time-traveling Charles Lee who goes to the future and sees how he's portrayed in Assassin's Creed 3. And then it's like, they totally misrepresented me. I demand a refund now. I never said anything of the sort. I was super just and I'd never burned down villages. That was totally George Washington. Well, this is kind of like a choice that at least has an impact on whether or not we give in to empathy, So we can say, or we can ask if we can help her in some way, because she's caught. We could say that we should have a word with the mother, the store owner. We can say, such a good trooper you are, already learning the value of hard work, and pat her head. Which is very dismissing, to say the least. That's like the opposite of empathy, pretty much. Or we could say, I could help by brutally dismantling the free market. But yeah, it is up to you, and we're gonna start a vote now. Okay, we got 80% for your code. Can I help you in some way? I also like that some people chose the last one here. That sounds very radical.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
She doesn't know what else to say.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Well, I could give her my gloves. Maybe, they would help. Staying warm. But we can't really do anything here. So, we have to choose one of the other three choices here. Gonna leave it to you guys again. That was you, Dr. Darling. Nice. Radical. Also, hey there, Avi, welcome in. How's it going, dude? It's going very well, thank you. Still very much enjoying Disco Elysium. Still doing the viewer influence as well. But yeah, going good. Right, so we're gonna start another vote here for the other 3 choices. And we're gonna start it now. Alright, so we're gonna go and have a word with the store owner.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Why would anyone want to read about crime? Not my question, it's more like the protagonist, trying to comprehend. I mean, if he doesn't even know what a board game is, then, it's also likely he would like to want to understand what people read about crime.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
But yeah, a bit of a fourth wall break here, I guess, for what type of fiction we are exploring. I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines you as if to find something policeman-like. Huh, well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. It's not your body that's important in police work anyway, it's your point to your head.
Head? Yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul.
Is it now?
No, your resilience.
It's really funny being the sensitive type, how often the physical prowess goes against the psychological features. It's like, I mean, sometimes they can overlap, of course, but so far today it's been often like very contradicting. It's really interesting how divided the character is himself, because of the sensitive archetype. Are you going good? Work is over, which is great. Been very tiring today. So you do not think you will relax to Black Myth Wukong, not the car, BMW. You finished replay of The Last of Us 2 some days ago, so you think you start a new playthrough of Ghosts of Tsushima. Black Myth has got you in a mood. Oh yeah, I don't blame you one bit. It sounds like a nice plan. GG's on finishing The Last of Us 2. Hope you enjoyed it. I still gotta play those Last of Us games, but they look great, especially with like remakes. But yeah, I can't wait to play Ghost of Tsushima again, I have to say. And also spend a bit more time with it, because on my only replay I've done like a New Game Plus run for the trophies. I didn't actually play that much of the side stuff. When we could do a bit more of it again. Especially the mythical turrets I really, really liked. And I would also like to play through the Icky Island DLC for the first time. Because I still have never played it. You love Ghost of Tsushima Meta? Yeah, same here. It's a great, great game. The presentation of it as well. Also love the animation quality in the game. It's just something that Sucker Punch Studios also really nailed with the infamous games, I think. Like also some of the visual effects you can see in the game. But it's gonna be interesting playing it as part of my historical auto run. Because we're gonna of course inquire a little bit about how historically accurate Ghost of Tsushima is. And from what I understand, it's definitely more like trying to fulfill the samurai fantasy than, you know, being like entirely correct to yeah, the representation of the time. It's gonna be cool like seeing you know, what might be accurate, because for example a lot of the armor you will see in the game I think is quite accurate, but not to the time it's represented in, but still to the type of armor that it is. But also of course the whole like myth about samurais, you know, always like going for the honorable way, because that's I think something that wasn't even written down at the time, and even then there were like tons of samurais using explosives, using ranged, anything that would help them win a battle. So it's really interesting how you know, Jin's uncle, I mean he has his own kind of like way of like living, you know, as a samurai. But it's not really something that would apply to like all the other samurais, as you can see in the game, right? Because you have like all these samurai companions as well, and they certainly don't think the same as your uncle. So it's cool to see that there's like not, you know, like they're not like painted like everyone is living that way. Other than very great, fantastic gameplay, in all honesty, you think The Last of Us 2 has better stealth than most AC games, which is kind of sad to be honest. Yeah, it looked really interesting. I mean, I haven't really paid too much attention to the stealth mechanics, but I watched some like no HUD playthroughs of certain missions for The Last of Us 2. And yeah, one of them played like really stealthy way and looked so good, like also very, very cinematic. The stealth gameplay. We'll be doing Iki Island this time for first time. Really excited to see what will come with it. Me too. I wonder what kind of like new gameplay opportunities they might be opening up. Because I think they're definitely adding some new stuff there. Meet the DLC is also great, a bit short but definitely fun. That's definitely good. I don't mind if a DLC is like a bit on the shorter side. Just to give like a bit of extra flair to the game. But darling, they weren't really called samurai back then. Yeah, that's what I've read as well. You know, that the whole like terminology of samurai is also something that's appeared much later. Ave, you have no honor, and you are a slave to it, the ghost. I do like that quote, you know, quite a lot. Because, yeah, I think Jin definitely nails it there on some level. I mean, yeah, I think for his uncle it definitely goes to a stage where, you know, honor of course takes over anything, even reason. And I mean, it's fair for him to make the choice, you know, if honor is what's most important to him, that's fair. But at the same time, you know, is it honorable if you kind of like risk the life of people that wouldn't have to die? That's of course kind of like a philosophical question, I guess, you know, like how would you define honor? What really is honorable, you know? Because I would actually make the case that you know, Jin embracing the ghost way is also kind of like a very honorable thing to do, you know, because ultimately he ends up sparing a person and their life. You could say, yeah, it's not falling into the definition of what his uncle says is honor. But when you have a choice to take a life or leave a life, then you can definitely ask yourself what is honorable, I guess. Other with stealth, and 2 has fantastic crawling feature that can be used for great stealth kills. It has suppressors, which it didn't have. There are many different ways to take people out silently. If you make a lot of noise by using a loud gun, you can remain in stealth by changing position and not being seen. It sounds like they put definitely a great amount of thought into making the stealth mechanics feel realistic, right? Because all of it makes definitely sense. At the same time, of course, you have to find a good balance between realism and like gaminess, but it looks like it's striking a good balance. It's crazy good, and I think it's just one way to go above a game's gameplay and makes you love it even more. Yeah, I guess you could also go guns blazing, right? Just don't care about stealth whatsoever. Also, hey there, Zomb, welcome in. How is it going? And yeah, it's going good. Thank you for asking. Still very much enjoying Disco Elysium. And no worries, Amita, whatsoever. Thanks again so much for the raid and for dropping in and for sticking around. Really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, hope work goes well. And definitely catch you soon, dude. And yeah, for anyone that missed a shout out earlier to Amita, there's another one in chat. Thank you, Rod. Amita is currently playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order for the first time. He's also doing a playthrough of Skyrim, doing a replay on the Survivor mode difficulty. And he's also been starting a playthrough of GTA 4 with the amazing Nico Bellic. A game that I actually picked for him to play. And yeah, it's his first playthrough. Great game as well to catch. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, then definitely check out Amita's channel. I feel like how Jin's story is basically to defeat a monster, you have to become a monster, and that he does. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Jin doesn't take those choices lightly, right? I mean, you can see how much he's struggling when he does his first assassination on a Mongol, you know? And steps him from behind. He thinks back to what his uncle taught him. And he really struggles doing it, you know, but it's something he feels like, okay, you know, like they are not fighting with fair ways. You know, why should I meet it? Especially if he has first-hand experience, you know, how that backfired in the first battle. Like everyone riding there into certain death. And to be fair, if the story was realistic, then Jin would have been dead, you know? But he survives, of course, because someone rescued him, and not someone who embraced that honorable way either. So if it was only for the honorable way, Jin would be dead, pretty much. And without Jin, you know, they wouldn't have had any chance. Because he truly carried the Japanese resistance. But what does he get for all of this punishment? Star Wars Goated Order. Yeah, no worries for the shout out, Amita. More than happy to give you one. Some Ghost of Tsushima is such a beyond perfect masterpiece. The only way you see it being topped is by the inevitable sequel. I remember seeing the E3 cinematic gameplay trailer a couple years before Ghost of Tsushima launched. Must have been like, what, 2017, 2018 or something. And I was like so looking forward to it. It definitely felt like you could see, you know, that they of course took some inspiration from similar style of games, but I really, really liked the presentation and the setting and just the way it looked and felt watching. So it was like a really anticipated game for me, and yeah, I felt so good finally playing it. But yeah, I do look forward to see what they come up with a sequel, and also how we're gonna handle the whole choice at the end, right? Because it's a pretty major choice. I mean, your most important person for Jin pretty much either ends up dying or surviving. And of course, you also, as a player, make a choice, you know, whether or not. I mean, at the same time, I feel like, you know, Jin's path is definitely a bit set in stone because he ends up, you know, being the ghost either way, no matter how honorable you want to treat all the encounters. It just, you have like a momentum of choice, I guess, for certain situations, like at the end. But ultimately, I guess, you know, you definitely are the ghost. And that's not gonna change for the sequel, I don't think. But I do wonder still how they handle the continuity. Jin has got to be one of the best written characters in video games. I really like the way he's written. Also like when you have like the haikus and stuff, you know, and you kind of like have a bit of a sort of moment of remembrance. Also like a bit of poetic nature. Wayne, did I enjoy Ghost of Tsushima? You started last week, nearly finished Act 1. We'll come back to it at some stage and love the start. Absolutely. I really, really liked Ghost of Tsushima. I think they did a great job with it. And yeah, glad to hear that you also enjoyed it so far. There's definitely quite a bit to do in the game, also in Act 1 with all the different locations. But yeah, definitely hope that you continue enjoying your journey with the game. Sorry if it's been like a bit spoilery there as well. Kind of apologize about that because I didn't realize that we had someone playing actively the game currently. But yeah, I really hope that you enjoy your time with it. I hope he leaves Tsushima in the sequel. Yes, the game is Ghost of Tsushima, but in your opinion, Ghost matters more than Tsushima, so leaving it shouldn't be a big problem. That's true. I mean, you know, Japan is of course much bigger than that, and it would be cool to see him branch out. Leave behind Tsushima for a little bit, maybe come back at some point, you know. But yeah, it would be great to see more parts of Japan, or even beyond it. Who knows? To fight the Mongols, you know, he can of course travel far and wide, potentially. Ghosts of everywhere. But yeah, so we have choice time here. Basically, authority and pain threshold are divided here on what good crime solving and police work makes. And we have two choices. We have one, So. That modern guy looks like a Hampelmann. Who could respect that face? It's not even drawn correctly. He lacks soul. It's kind of funny they say Hampelmann. It's like a German term for someone who looks a bit ridiculous, like a man who's just like wiggling around pretty much. Who's like, you know, doing something, but at the same time he's not doing anything. He's just like being useless, pretty much. Or we can say 2, grit, a total disregard for personal safety. You gotta take the pain. This mother guy looks like he'd run to his mom. Ain't got no boards. So we can say either the soul or the grit has more importance. And the vote starts now. Also, give me just 1 sec. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. So one for you, Zomb. Yeah, seems like everyone voted for one, but Soul is more important than Grid. Oh yeah, Wayne, I heard good things about Shogun. Definitely looks like a show that I would like to give a watch. Is it like around the same time of Ghost of Tsushima, or is it like another time period? But yeah, thanks for recommendation. Some you would see it, but you don't have Hulu, nor can you justify another subscription fee to acquire it right now. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's been getting a bit ridiculous with how exclusive certain movies and shows have become to certain streaming services, you know? And how many different subscriptions you would have to run at the same time to get all the movies and shows you might want to be watching. But yeah, in a way, streaming has become a bit like, you know, TV programs or channels in lots of ways, even though we kind of like try to steer away from it. But there used to be that you had just like a Netflix and like Prime subscription or something, and you would like be able to watch most stuff you would be interested in. Also, hey, the Babs, welcome in. Hiya. And how's it going? Hope you're having a nice day so far. How's the little Duke doing today? It's 1600 Japan. You think Ghost of Tsushima is the same, right? Japanese warlords, amazing story and written characters. I think Ghost of Tsushima was like early 13th century. Let me have a look at my historic order run because I have it marked there. So it's like late 13th century, so like about 1274. So yeah, about like 300 to 400 years earlier than Shogun, it seems. Interesting. Alright, so we're gonna go for our first choice here, as that received all of the votes. So more important is the soul.
I'm not sure I understand.
A policeman's gotta have the right stuff, an ingrained sense of the law. No one would follow a weakling like Mullen.
If you say so, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for your soul. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
The cover image of Dick Mullen seems to stare at you with harsh disapproval. Okay, I have now actually a composure option here. I can say, okay, I'm going to deduce something now. Okay, so the questions you already asked are what is your name and what is the crime business. We can either ask one of the other ones, or we can try the composure with a low 70% chance of succeeding. So yeah, we're gonna start a vote in now. So who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
She scratches her coat-reddened cheek and continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Can I become famous by reading one of those books?
I don't know about that. but I imagine life is great when you're famous.
Fame sounds delicious. Maybe someone will write a book about me one day. The irony.
Why would they do that, sir?
Why indeed? I'm just an old tired cop. What use am I? That went very depressing quite quickly. We can also highly recommend Shogun. It takes place during the Edo period, you think, when the Portuguese were spreading their influence in the country. The characters and story has fantastic writing. You would argue on the level of the earlier Game of Thrones season. Interesting. So it's actually not too far away from Assassin's Creed Shadows then, because Shadows is like the late 16th century. So like a couple years before Shogun then. But I mean, the whole like Portuguese influence is why Yasuke made it to Japan even, right? Because he came with the Portuguese, I think. And apparently the Portuguese will also be like one of the major factions in the game. But you really like the voice acting in this game. Same here, dude. I did a great job, I think, choosing certain types of voices. But then also voice actors, you know, doing a great job, I think, really bring over the characters and who they are. Delicious? Fame is very delicious, isn't it? I think Lucy Fawn would agree. Yeah, Shadows is supposedly starting in 1571, I think. At least according to the history number that I wrote on my list.
You're not that old. Maybe you'll do something really important, something that wows the world.
You think so?
Yes, there's hope. A lot of famous people got famous late, or even after they've died.
That is true. I mean, look at Vincent van Gogh, for instance, you know, one of the most famous painters. His paintings go for like, you know, millions and millions. And when he was alive, you know, he was pretty much broke. He did sell some of his paintings, but not for much. And he died before he even received like much recognition. And that's of course happening quite often.
Yeah, you're certainly the type who might find fame posthumously. Who knows? You might even get famous for the manner of your death.
In an empire trying to strike some suicidal tendencies here. It's like, yeah, I get famous for the way you die. Let's obsess a bit about the way I could die. Other Portuguese came to Japan late Sengoku period and remained to early Edo period. Do not know the exact years, but 1580 to 1610 might be a reasonable guess. That makes sense. I mean, it's pretty much where Shadows will also take place in. Those years. But it makes you wonder how many years Shadows might cover. I really hope that they really work with like official, you know, dates and years again. And also like tied into like actual historical events. Because it's something I've been missing a little bit with Quebec games recently. Because in Odyssey, they pretty much never display any year except for the start of the game, I think. Even though you have actual battles, you know, that have like specific dates. But also with Syndicate, like Syndicate takes place all across 1 year, supposedly. Like the main story. I definitely like in AC games when it's like really a story that takes place over multiple years and it's like actively trying to showcase time passing. You would go for free Zomb? Yeah, we could do a viewer choice here, actually. We have one that sounds like a nice story to tell yourself at night. Maybe fame isn't that important after all. 2, some can't get noticed, others can't get properly forgotten. That's life for you. Or 3, but what if I get famous only for dying? I couldn't enjoy the fame at all. And we're gonna start a vote now. Alright, we're gonna go for 2 here. Some can't get noticed, others can't get properly forgotten. That's life for you.
I think you just have to live a happy life. No need to worry about fame or think bad thoughts.
We do not have any hopes in Quebec, sadly, but if Shadows could be good, you hope it will be good. Yeah. I'm like similar. You know, I think they definitely have a potential to make fun games. I'm not having the biggest hope for the narrative and the writing, to be honest. Also from what we've seen so far of the game, even though it's been just a tiny bit. But it's been the bit they tried to showcase, so you would think it's like above average quality of writing, you know, if they want to showcase that. Because usually, whenever Assassin's Creed is like showing a demo, either to play or to showcase, they tend to go for like, you know, pretty well-received storylines, or like ones that are a bit more interesting. But yeah, I think the gameplay could be fun. I mean, the stealth looks like it could be fun a lot with Naui. All the new mechanics they've kind of like added. And also, you know, the parkour maybe having like a bit more of a focus again with the rope dart and stuff. But yeah, at the same time, similar to Syndicate and Odyssey, I feel like we have really weird animations again in Shadows. For combat and for parkour. Not sure if you guys have seen the recent showcase for parkour for Shadows, but it looked pretty cool. But essentially, almost any jump that Naui did was like a flip of some sorts, you know? Like a simple jump forward to the next rooftop is a flip, you know? And I don't mind like building in a bit of flair into like, you know, parkour and stuff, and maybe also making it specific to the character, you know, okay, maybe she likes to flip, fair enough. But do you have to make that almost any jump for? You know? It looks a bit comical when you actually come from like the parkour community, you know, or you like tend to spend a bit more time in it, you know, by watching or participating. Because parkour, different to free running, is about efficient movement, you know? Like sometimes a flip can give you momentum, you know? Or bring you a position that's actually really helpful. But usually, you know, especially if you kind of like think about what types of situations the characters would be using parkour in, not for the fun, but for, you know, life or death situations, efficient movement becomes even more important. So having like flips all the time seems like a bit unnecessary. But that's just my opinion. The video actually received like a very good feedback, I think, like very positive. But yeah, I'm not sure. Also, hey, Aura, welcome in. Citizen, how's it going? That's life for you. Well, alright then. A very positive message to send out there, isn't it? Very positive. Are the Quebec peaks in Polish, but they're not good riders in your opinion? I would have to agree with that. But yeah, here's hoping because, for example, the narrative director on Odyssey, she's not working for Quebec anymore. So she's definitely not in charge of the next narrative. But that, of course, I mean, it's only like one person that's responsible for the narrative. And it doesn't have to say much. A lot of flips, Wayne. Yeah. Bit too much for me. Other than Pakovo, you thought it looked good. Watched 2 seconds, then you watched the rest and realized she was non-stop flipping. It was just, nah, yeah. Rod, do you think they will want the player to rely too much on the grapple? Quebec apparently wanted to do even more with the rope launcher and Syndicate, but couldn't fit that in. And so wouldn't be surprised if the grapple and shadows they have gone all in with this time around. It seems to definitely be able to use in all kinds of situations. If it's like going up a wall, which of course plays into the idea of Quebec as well, because they always loathed climbing, apparently. I think they also think that players want this, because of course lots of people kind of grow tired of like constantly having to climb towers, especially if you have like huge buildings like in Syndicate with Big Ben and stuff. But just, using a rope launcher like 150 meters high or however big the Big Ben is, and just like zipping yourself up there in like 5 seconds or something. Is also definitely not the most realistic display, maybe, of that kind of technology. But yeah. But yeah, ultimately, it seems like in all of the games, they seem to have been trying to take shortcuts with some of the mechanics, like if it's parkour or climbing or even stealth. There's like certain mechanics they try to represent in all of the games. One of them is invisibility. They had that mechanic in Tyranny of King Washington. They had it in Syndicate with Eevee. They had like the end game ability for stealth is like invisibility for Odyssey. Wouldn't surprise me if now he maybe also gets one eventually. And then of course also bypassing parkour in a way, because in Tyranny you have a whole ego flying ability where you can just like go from one rooftop to the other. So actually doing actual parkour becomes unnecessary because it's not nearly as fast as the ego ability, which you can spam. There's like almost no cooldown on it. And I mean, at Syndicate, of course, you can also just go from rooftop to rooftop with pretty much the same mechanic, because the whole ego mechanic, zipping from one point to another, they just took that mechanic over to Syndicate and replaced it with a rope launcher. So it's not like as fast and you're not like flying, instead you're just zipping. But it's like the same mechanic still, really. I guess in Odyssey they couldn't justify something like it. But with, Shadows they can again, for sure. That wouldn't surprise me if they're kind of like actually abusing the rope dart a bit more. If Quebec was a partner, there would be a walking red flag. They keep learning the wrong lessons. Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, the thing is, the community is definitely a bit divided as well, right? Because, I mean, there's like enough people that really love what Quebec are doing. And I mean, that's also fair, I think. That's... people maybe appreciate that they're trying to do something different. Or maybe some people think, that Assassin's Creed has become too stale and it's like always like hoods and hidden plates and stuff, it's like never evolving. Like you're actually trying something new. But for me, there's definitely some things that make up the identity of a franchise or like a series. And if you take those things out, I think you have to have really valid reasons to. And I think sometimes, those reasons are just not there. Rod plus I hate hoods. So far we have seen Naoi with the hood on in gameplay, but you would not be surprised if it's like in Syndicate where you press a button and she goes into stealth mode and puts the hood on. Yeah, that really irks me as well, still to this day. I'm so glad I finally found a mod that allowed me to, you know, just have hoods on all the time. In cutscenes and like in regular gameplay, because, you know, like standing and having a hood on, you know, can also be quite important. But apparently you have to like crouch to, you know, to have like a hood on be valid. Or you imagine one person at Quebec in every storyboard meeting bringing in drawings of grappling hooks like, so you're gonna need a hook for this game too every time we come up with a game. It's probably like one of those guys from Pimp My Ride. The one who always had to have like spinners on cars, or the guy who always had to have like 10 TVs in every corner. Doesn't matter which car it is or what the person that's driving it, you know, is interested in. Gotta have those 10 TVs. Mini TVs, that is. But imagine a Doom game where you don't shoot things. That would be fun, right? It's just entirely melee based. It seems like the new announced Doom game is actually more melee based than, you know, previous games were. But it seems like there's still a good balance between shooting and, you know, melee. So I actually think the new Doom game looks quite interesting. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, not having anything to shoot in Doom game, questionable. Do they have a dedicated grappling hook guy? Wouldn't surprise me if they did. Or if I know enough people like the hood always on, yet they keep actively going against them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they do it purposefully, you know, they just wanna, I guess, irk people that wanna have a choice, you know. And that's the thing, like, why don't just make it a choice? You know, like, Valhalla Origins, you know, like, they did a good job of, like, you know, giving you a choice whether or not wanna have a hood on. Even in Unity, you could choose to have, like, a hoodless outfit if you want to. But yeah. I just really want to enforce it on the player. Exactly, alright, he's just the hook guy. Always shoehorning the grappling hook into the game somehow. Gotta find shortcuts for parkour and climbing, I guess. No one got time for that shit. That's what they're saying, probably. But you need to catch up and play Doom Eternal. That was a really good game. I can highly recommend it. I've seen though that it's quite different to Doom 2016, apparently. But given that I didn't have that comparison, I didn't really mind. But yeah, it was definitely also very tense, like definitely required 99% of my concentration most of the time. But a really satisfying gunplay, I have to say. What exactly Montreux cares about the hoods at least, but it shouldn't have taken that long for that option in Valhalla to be added. Oh yeah, to have hoods on in combat, you mean? Yeah, that's true, I guess. Was a bit annoying for combat to kind of like always forcing you into it. But at least Valhalla always had the option to choose to have a cloak displayed or not, right? Like from the get-go. You could like choose to have a cloak on and you would also have a hood on in cutscenes. At least. Which to me was definitely more important than, you know, the hood just going down in combat. But it was definitely a bit annoying, you know, like how Ava would always like pull down the cloak, you know, like you're trying to go into like a distrust area and with a cloak on and you try not to be detected, then somehow, of course, one guard ends up seeing you. And the first thing Eivor does is just like pull the whole cloak and the hood down and reveal to everyone how you look like, you know, which also just doesn't make any sense. So it makes you wonder why they even made the choice to do that. Especially since you always have a choice to just put the hood back on or off, even mid-battle if you want to. So, yeah. Definitely a bit of a weird choice. But yeah, it's good for edited eventually. So you would choose 6 Zomb, the composure option, with a low 70% chance. Or if I can't give players a hood option because they're too busy adding shit for Ubisoft's store, they don't have time for talk hoods. Yeah, gotta leave it to the modders, I guess. But then you gotta patch in a new update like 2 years after the game release, just for like a tiny little thing, and break all the mods essentially, so people again can't use a hood mod. I mean, of course I didn't think about any mods when we did that, but it was still kinda annoying when that happened. Yeah, not the smartest move of Eivor. Not a lot of foresight there. Ubisoft here's 100 different shades of the same color you can have for the tiny part of a character's clothing that these colors affect exactly. But you can't choose to have a hood on. You can have all the customization you want, but not that. But yeah, I actually want to try the composure option.
You failed to deduce anything substantial.
That was to be expected with 17%.
She waits intently.
Well, you guys can decide what we have deduced here. Eva, I'm a detective, I deduce that you are a girl. 2, I'm a detective, I deduce that you are very small. Or 3, actually I'm sorry, I can't deduce anything. And the vote starts now. Already one less glowing outfits and more hoods. Yeah. I think those glowing outfits no one really needs in the AC game. I mean, of course, some people want to have them, but they don't really fit in that well. Unless it's like ISO stuff or something, you know, connected to a first civilization. So it's gonna be 2. I'm a detective. I deduce that you are very small.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction.
She rolls her eyes. Okay, so I'm gonna go and say goodbye for now. This book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-necked dame on its cover. Oh, hold on. Something here. The book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica. On the cover stands a very muscular man, surrounded by flames. What kind of books are you selling? This is a book about Pate. This book you don't really understand what it's about, nor does it seem important. It takes willpower to even read the author's name. Jean Kaus from Egonia. A book about Boyardero culture. It promotes freedom and roaming something. A book about the future, the government reads your mind using radio technology. Okay, let's go into the store for now. Rotty's also yelling, "Malaka, I'm on fucking fire." Moments after he said, "I likes to be oiled." But then someone came with matches and that's why he's on fire. Gift books and molten candy.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Hyundai sounds very Viking, very Norse. Let's look through the display of books.
Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundai and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundai, Return to Hyundai. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundai and the Hyundai Man.
So lots of Hyundai then. Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundai and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundai and the false god. Man from Hyundai and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundai, the Hyundai colonies. Man from Hyundai and the swamp beast. Man from Hyundai and the snow crabs.
It makes you wonder if the voice actor ever got tired of saying Hyundai so often. Or you were playing some Origins this weekend and Bike hopped on top of a brazier for some reason just before starting a conversation to a cutscene. And so he couldn't move and he just perched there, taking major fire damage until the cutscene started. Gotta love when that happens. That reminds me of a scene that I saw in Red Dead Redemption 2. Because there's actually a bug where you can basically go and start a dialogue. It usually is like a transition from like gameplay to cutscene. We kind of like have a small section where you kind of like going to the character and then the kind of like cinematic black bars appear. And one person in that time frame kind of like started throwing a firebomb or something of the sort. And it just put all the NPCs on fire. So when the actual cutscene started, they were just completely on fire and like taking actual like physical damage and like the skin changing and stuff. While they were like having a conversation. It was like super funny. Brought the men from Hyundai who fought the demon of Hyundai that spoke the language of Hyundai when fighting in Hyundai. Exactly. Or the funniest part was the stupid game tips that popped up saying, "Roll to put out the fire." It's like, yeah, thank you, I'm trying. You seen that one too, Rod? Nice. Yeah, it's so freaking funny. And also quite impressive. You know, like seeing the actual details on like, you know, the guys burning and stuff. I should remember when I was on a horse on a bridge, when a boat goes under it, when you on the horse are now on the boat. I remember that too, actually, now that you mention it. I think it was when I was in... was either Crocodilopolis or Memphis. I think it was in the city of Arena, so Crocodilopolis. Must have been like 3 playthroughs ago now or something. We definitely clipped that too. Maybe I can find it. Okay, unfortunately didn't actually find it. Must have been like buried somewhere in my clips. But it was still so funny when it happened. Just like makes you think what kind of like bug actually caused it. Because also something I never could like recreate either. Like it's never happened to me before or after. But you saw a video once where they had used so much hair growth on Arthur that his hair grew to full length in just one cutscene. In the mission Red Dead 2 where Arthur chases the child through the streets, if you time it right, you can throw a fireball at the horse and the driver of the carriage the kid jumps onto, and it prevents from going further, giving you enough time to catch the kid and end that part quicker. I've seen it as well, actually. It's really cool, you know, seeing like how many creative ways people come up with. Kind of like make things go a bit different. He started bored. Bored and clean shaven. And ended up with like a metal hairstyle and like the longest beard you can imagine.
Those snow crabs are worse than they sound.
Is that all?
Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall and the forest of slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat gamebook set in the world of Heimdallaman, and so much more.
Heimdallaman. Huh. With a pretty good pain threshold level here, so also a very good chance to do this choice here. Okay, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys to vote here. We got 1, Storekeep, tell me about the Musselman books. 2, look for it. I know we have triggered this already, so just 1 or 3 here. 3 being the pain threshold choice. Do any of the books call out to me? And the vote starts now. Wait, what? Can't start a vote apparently for this. Huh? Okay. In that case, I'm gonna try the pain threshold. Ah, cheers. Yeah, you can also just write in chat, I guess. At least when I can't actually trigger the votes. In this case.
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Huh. We succeeded. What is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Heimdall in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Heimdallaman lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Heimdall and the Devil Woman.
Hey Vashilla, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, raiders. How was the stream today? How did the casting of Frank Stone go? Hope you had a great time with it. And yeah, for those of you that didn't come in with a raid, if you haven't checked out Schiller before, there's a shout out in chat. Thank you, Rod, for giving one to Schiller. Schiller's a great streamer, another fellow German streamer as well. He's, yeah, a big fan of games like the Dark Pictures series, playing both games. He recently actually has done a playthrough where he's been choosing to say nothing to see what the outcomes might be in those games. Also a big fan of the Assassin's Creed saga, playing those on a regular. And yeah, also likes to do challenge runs, completionist runs, and the likes. You finished the game, Schiller. It was fun. So 6 hours in total, and you would totally replay it. The ending was a bit weird though. Okay. So is it like a game that came out recently? Because I haven't actually ever heard of it before. I seen like a little bit of when you played it. It actually reminded me of the, you know, like Supermassive games. But is it done by them as well? Six hours, that's short. Yeah, I mean, comparing it to The Quarry that I played recently, definitely spent more than 6 hours on it. But that's great that you had a good time overall, had some good fun, and that you definitely want to replay it. Cheers, Assassino. Assassino. But you can definitely play this game without knowing anything about Dead by Daylight, even though it's set in the universe. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that, but it was set in the same universe. It released yesterday and it's the new Supermassive game. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Because I saw a bit of it and was like, I never saw this before, but it definitely reminded me a lot of you know, games like The Quarry, of the Dark Pictures games that I saw you and Rod play. But yeah, it makes you wonder if the ending might be different if you replay the game and choose like different, you know, stuff. Maybe the ending, you know, is slightly less weird in that case. Storky, this book is misogynistic. How can you peddle such filth?
The entire series is also endearingly racist, if I may add.
Oh yeah, is it?
Oh, sirs, I know. This really isn't representative of our values, but the store has to cater to its customers.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Cheers, Rod. Thank you for banning that account there. Thanks, dude. Who is writing all these novels, you wonder? Yeah? Someone who knows their audience, I guess. I like how the 2 times I was actually having the option to buy something, I just didn't have enough money. I only have 278 reales. So not even a third of how much the book costs. Another bot bites the dust. Another bot bites the dust. Yeah, that's definitely fair, Shella. Especially if it's just like a 6-hour experience, you know. $40 would be quite expensive. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'm gonna play it if it goes on Game Pass or something. Because that's how I played The Quarry. It was a good way to give it a try and see if I like it. Which I definitely did. So I definitely wouldn't mind playing more of that style of games. Alrighty, but I think we can still ask about the Massiman books. Let's do it.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why are they so popular?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Sounds good. Which one should I start with? After I kind of said it's like misogynistic filth.
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman, the Man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Couldn't think of a more generic title for Heimdall. Yamdala men, the men of Yamda. How's this Elysium so far? It's really nice, honestly. I have to say I really like the narrative, the writing. The environments are beautiful. The soundtrack. The only thing I have to say is I'm making, or at least to me it feels like I'm making barely any progress. Across like 7 hours of playtime now. Of course, you know, I talk a lot about the game and with the choices, and also read out aloud some of the choices and stuff. But I haven't even found the dead body yet that you have to investigate. And when I was looking at like other playthroughs just to have like a bit of a comparison, how far they got to it, they found the body in like 40 minutes or something. So yeah, I think I'm definitely taking lots of time just like running around and talking to people and just like investigating. But honestly, I don't really mind because, especially on the first time playing, I just like to take as much time as I want for certain things, you know. And I first want to get familiar with the universe and stuff. So yeah, I didn't actually mind it. Like, time actually flies playing a game like that still. And even though it doesn't feel like I'm making, you know, any progress so far with the main story, you know, like what we supposed to do, I'm still having fun with it. And I'm still really enjoying, you know, meeting the characters and stuff. And yeah, that's, I guess, an important thing. But I have a feeling that this is gonna be a long, long playthrough. If I continue playing in that manner, that is. But who knows, maybe once I get to the dead body, you know, things start picking up again and it goes a bit faster. Gonna have to see. Chrome laughs at your little imagination. You wonder if Hyamda the man from Hyamdao, is from Hyamdao? That's the question, isn't it? Or maybe he's from Hyamdala man. Wood sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. This book collects the national recipes of Ada. They're all about lake trout. What is here?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Cage-like trinket, huh? Let's examine the trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Interesting. Makes you wonder why she put up that trinket. You're right, we gotta start the investigation over now. Right. Very witchy. Maybe we're gonna see this trinket in Assassin's Creed Codename Hexe. I reckon we're gonna see quite a few trinkets in it. Because that's the only thing we've seen of the game so far, right? In this like mini teaser. Like a bunch of trinkets. Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Compelled? Are you a witch?
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Hexe is actually gonna be a female protagonist only. At least from some of the sources that seem more reliable. But you never know, you know. Especially with Ubisoft, they've of course been promoting male protagonists more than female ones. especially when it was already clear that the female ones were the canon choices, apparently. You just gotta look at Odyssey and Valhalla, pretty much, you know. To me, it was actually really surprising to learn that, you know, female Eivor was the canon choice back when I played it. Because, you know, with all of the first review, you know, of Valhalla was like a concept art of sorts, or like, you know, yeah, like a wallpaper that an artist created, and, you know, it showed like male Eivor, so it was like a first impression people had. And then, of course, we had the cinematic trailer, which they later released with female Eivor, like many months later. But initially was also with male Eivor, and like, you know, the cover of Valhalla is with male Eivor, I'm quite sure. And all those kind of things. And with Odyssey was very similar. You know, if you actually go back and watch trailers for Odyssey, then like 80% of the scenes will be usually with Alexius. Because it's like, you know, Spartan warrior, you know, manly energy. Gotta display that, I guess. But yeah, for me it would be much, much better if I would just really commit to a character. It doesn't matter if it's male or female, just make a choice, commit to it, and try to showcase, you know, how a person of a certain standing might be doing in a certain historical setting. You know, but just trying to make it fit to like everything doesn't work either. Yeah, I think a female protagonist would definitely fit really well into the setting. Drives you nuts. All the marketing for Odyssey was with Alexius, and most for Valhalla was male Eivor. Didn't even know you could be female until playing the game. Yeah. Yeah, same here. I really thought, at least with Valhalla, that, you know, male Eivor would have been the canon choice. But that's why they're better off with just doing a female character on their own. When they wanted to be a female character. Exactly. You know, like, we don't always need a choice. And also, like, saying, you know, some of the Ubisoft people, of course, have been caught saying that they believe that female protagonists wouldn't sell as well, you know. But that's also just bollocks, you know. There's like so many games released recently, major games, with female protagonists that's, you know, like, there's no reason to even assume that, you know. I don't think, like, probably a strong minority cares actually about what gender they're playing, but I think, you know, most just couldn't care less. They just want to have compelling characters, you know, like characters you can resonate with, you can understand where they're coming from, and who they identify with shouldn't really matter, you know. And it really doesn't. Someone hears something weird. You recently saw the first trailer for Minecraft movie, and this game has better graphics than it. Oh yeah? I haven't seen that trailer actually. But it wouldn't surprise me, because Minecraft has a very specific kind of like graphical style, right? That's not, I guess, the most pleasant to look at, maybe? I haven't actually spent much time with Minecraft. I never played it, only like watched it. But to be fair, I think this game has a really gorgeous art style. I wouldn't actually mind like a whole movie in this like oil painty kind of look. Actually reminds me of, since we kind of talked about Vincent van Gogh earlier, about the movie Loving Vincent, where they had like an animated movie that combined real life footage with the art style that Vincent van Gogh used, and kind of like had over 100 different painters create like entire canvases that they used to incorporate into the movie and fuse like real life footage together with that art style. And it looked really trippy, to be fair. Like, you take probably 10 minutes to get used to it. But it's so good. Super creative as well. Brought one example of a female character laughing at that would be Lara Croft. Exactly. You know? Like, there's so many examples you can make that, you know, have been even more successful than probably some of the AC games as well. So yeah, that whole argument is really weird. Horizon Forbidden West comes to mind, as does The Last of Us. That's true, yeah. Also definitely have been very well-selling games with female protagonists. Like Horizon Zero Dawn, yeah, exactly. I mean, Aloy has definitely become one of the most iconic characters of the past couple of years, I would say, in gaming. Or by the way, patch 7 for Baldur's Gate 3 drops this week, adding a ton of new Evo endings for custom and origin characters. So you can go full Psycho with satisfaction if you want. Perfect. That's awesome if I actually added that. To really like be able to commit to like an Evo run if you want to. You think they're doing a movie of Horizon Zero Dawn? Do they? I haven't actually heard about it. That would be interesting actually how they kind of like do the whole machine monsters. But I think it could make for some really cool visuals, especially Aloy or whoever is the protagonist, you know, fighting those in like a movie. Turns out being misogynistic is actually a skill issue. Makes you stupid. Yeah, I would have to agree with that. When you've seen AC Lineage recently, great short watch. You wish you'd gotten more or similar separate series. Same here, dude. It's really impressive, honestly, how good Lineage looks. But yeah, what really helped, I'm not sure if you have seen the behind the scenes for Lineage. That one should also be on YouTube, actually. It's really interesting if you want to have a look. But it's really cool because they use the 3D information from the game, from buildings. And they could, of course, render that in a much higher resolution and looking like much more realistic, putting it on green screen. So that's why it looks so good, so fitting for the game, because they use the actual like assets from the game and put them on like a movie green screen, you know. And that's also part of the reason why it looks so authentic to the game. Like the Villa Auditore, for instance, that you see, is like one-to-one basically taken out of the game and then like adjusted to the movie. But yeah, it's a really good watch for sure. I love watching that before starting Assassin's Creed 2. And I definitely will do it as well when I get to the game as part of my Historic Order run. Well, the Minecraft movie looks like it puts plushy versions of creatures from Minecraft in a backdrop that is too obviously made with a green screen. But if the backdrops were made with smearing oil paints, then they have live-action characters played by the likes of Jack Black, some rando with a shoddy and long wig, and some child actors. Okay, that sounds weird. Definitely not what I would associate with Minecraft from the little that I know of it. But yeah, it seems like we're definitely not committing to the actual art style of Minecraft then, either. I mean, I love Jack Black. It's always great to see him. And he definitely seems to have a neck for like, you know, those types of like movies. But yeah, it does sound a bit random, to be fair. Thanks, Rod, for posting the making of Lineage. So yeah, if anyone's interested in watching it, there's a link in chat. Some it's even done by the actor with the 80s rock star wig is supposed to be Jason Momoa. Wait, what? Okay, then. Okay, I'm not gonna intrude into her privacy here. We're gonna ignore the curtains for now. But we're gonna definitely memorize that trinket. But yeah, I'm not gonna just waltz in there.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Hey there, Scarisma, welcome in. And good day, how's it going? No intrusion today? Not yet, at least. Maybe later. Storekeep, what's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Oh yeah, I bet. We can learn a lot from the crime fiction. Well, I bet I can't even afford it either way with 278 reales.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure thing. I mean, we're already taking so much time, I might as well take some more time. Rod, even how to do a crime? That's the most important skill, isn't it? When reading crime books. How did they do it? That's great to hear, Scar. And yeah, also doing very well. Enjoying some more reading today with this Elysium. Most detective work is paperwork on boring things like thefts. Yeah, definitely wouldn't be quite as exciting, I guess, as some of the books make it out to be.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Dauntless Dick? Alright then. Oh dear. Rod, Dick Mullen is Dick Mullen in Dick Mullen, written by Dick Mullen. Exactly. What an unfortunate name. Yeah, that's what you get for being called Richard. Mick Dullen, exactly. Yeah, I think we're gonna stop for now, or are there any more? Are there any more?
Yes, there's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer.
Is that what we are going to do? Catch a murderer by becoming the murderer? Imagine that was actually the plot twist. I mean, just to say, I don't want to know anything about the future of the story here or what even happens. But I was just thinking about, you know, like when he was saying this, that the one solving the murder becomes a murderer. Given that we kind of like wake up with like complete amnesia and we basically remember almost nothing about what's happened. Would be quite ironic if we're the murderer, you know. At this point, I don't think that is the case, but that just got me thinking, you know, but it could actually make sense on some level if we basically don't know anything about what happened even, you know, last day's afternoon or something. The Dick Mullen identity.
Come on, this is not the way real police solve crimes. The real police are some 20 kilometers away, sitting in an armored motor carriage.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
A bald man turns toward a lean man and pats him on the back.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that interesting.
Chester replies.
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see, Chester here.
He pokes his finger at the lean man. Chester faked his own death once.
Gosh, why?
One civilian looks on, amazed. The bald man bellows a reply.
A very fucking dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester? They almost got you that time.
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis the Shoe.
The inside of a motor carriage is thick with cigarette smoke. Outside, it starts to rain.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Okay, so we have reaction speed here as one of the choices, so I'm gonna leave it open to the viewers to make a choice. We got one. Oh, we actually... No, never mind. We already asked the other two questions, so there's no real choice here. So I'm just gonna try this, even if it's a 42% choice chance here. So reaction speed 2. Who is Dick Mullen? And also, let's read up about reaction speed because we haven't done that yet. The quickest to react, an untouchable man. Who for shot dodgers? Fingers on their feet? Pinball heads. Reaction speed is the agility of your body and mind. It is instinct. It enables you to dodge punches, knives, bullets. Also sucker punches of a verbal kind. You'll be more streetwise, never lost for words, or lacking a witty comeback. Your mental alacrity lets you connect little details on the fly, working in tandem with your intellect skills. At high levels, reaction speed makes your twitch reflex freakishly good. However, when your body acts before your mind, innocent situation can turn bad fast. You're high-strung, overly alert. At low levels though, you won't be the one shooting first, which probably means you won't be shooting at all. So it's basically Arthur Morgan and John Marston with Deadeye. We have like a very high reaction speed. Lord Francis the Shoe, known accomplice of Larry the Lace. They make for a good team. Almost as good as the main protagonist in Kim. Who is Dick Mullen? The question of a century. Indeed. Let's ask it then.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders.
Oh.
You're a police officer, apparently.
I thought I had the reaction speeds.
All of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
Didn't quite get to do it here. That's fine. Can't try again, but we failed. Hey there, Grumpy, welcome in. Sehr gut. Nice to see someone else playing this gem too. Hell yeah. Glad that you also enjoyed this. I'm still quite early into it, but yeah, really liking it so far. A quaint picture book brochure, very colorful. It's a tome of fascist magic, rather candid.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Let's look through the shelf, because it might have something to do with the trinket down there.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Grumpy, you finish it, but it's not for everyone. I can see that for sure. Yeah, personally, I don't mind having like more narrative focused games. But yeah, I think the fact that I'm streaming this adds a substantial amount of time on top of a playthrough. But so far I don't mind it, because I, really enjoy spending much time with it. But it's gonna be interesting how I feel about it, like, a couple more streams into it. Because at this point we're still like quite early into it. But yeah, how does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything, though it is important to note. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And
that's probably quite of interest to the main protagonist, yeah? Grumpy, cool. It's pretty funny too sometimes, especially all the weird shit you can say and do. I bet, yeah, there's already been some interesting choices, to say the least, we could have made. Especially with all the intrusive thoughts happening. Brought Assassin's Creed Wholeness, Assassin's Creed Unity, and Assassin's Creed Balance. The trilogy no one knew about. If Unity would have been more successful, they would have made those games too. Would have had Wholeness instead of Syndicate. Destroyed liver, but I've only had 2 or 10 beers. Just 2 or 10 this night. It's okay, Claudius. I believe you.
There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Ah yeah, the duck gallbladder. Amazing.
This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Right. Oh damn, look at that. 97% chance of succeeding. Watch me fail. Find something truly otherworldly.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl.
What's the pearl?
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted.
What is this book about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the Pale, also known as le territoire.
Okay, so like alternative medicine?
For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near Pale.
Seems legit. But yeah, 2 or 10 beers this hour out of the 12 you've been awake. Ah, yeah. I would explain a lot about Claudius. Or you love rolling a net 1 when you have 97% chance of success. You too? Yeah, it's the best, isn't it? 3% chance. Or even lower, I guess. And it still rolls a 1. For me, the soundtrack to the game is awesome too. Still listen to it from time to time. I don't blame you. After I've done my first stream of this last week, I actually went back and listened to my favorite soundtrack pieces as well. Quite a lot of times too. But yeah, it's an amazing soundtrack for sure. I think Sea Power has really done a great job with it. I really have to go and listen to some albums of theirs. Because they're a British rock band. So I reckon their usual music would be quite different. Yeah, it is quite hot in Germany. We have about 34 degrees Celsius today. It's actually a bit hotter than yesterday, but it doesn't feel quite as hot to me at least. Probably because it's less humid overall. But yeah, pretty hot over here. Especially for, you know, like it's September now. You would think like fall is around the corner. But it's even hotter than it's been like in August. So yeah, there you go. Or rolling a 1 with advantage. So rolling 2 ones at the same time is always a special feeling. I bet. That's the type of feeling you play Baldur's Gate for, isn't it? So I'm in the Berlin area, Grumpy. I'm not gonna say exactly where I live, because this is the internet and everything. But yeah, I'm like close to Berlin. Hey there, Gregor, welcome in. It's 18 degrees Celsius and rainy. Dude, I wish you could swap. No kidding. It feels like in the last 3 or 4 weeks we had like rain once. And it wasn't even for long. Like, it's actually been so dry over here that, you know, the grass is turning like yellow. And the leaves are already falling, even though, you know, that usually doesn't happen until like October here. Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same in other parts of Germany. It could even be hotter in the south. It tends to be a bit hotter in the south of Germany. But yeah, once you go like more to the north coast and stuff, chances are you have like about 5 degrees less or something. I reckon we might have around 30 at the moment.
Even better if you can find someone else, preferably a large man dressed in nothing but a towel, to thrash you while you're spread naked and helpless on a cool slab.
Jesus. A masochistic tendencies coming through here. Please no, don't lie. Yeah. It's like, that escalated quickly. Sounds painful.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
Yes, but why does the large man have to have only a tower on Wo? That's the question. That's like the additional information I didn't really need. Grumpy, hopefully no idiot decides to barbecue in a stupid place and you get crazy wildfires. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. There's like lots of woods around here, and one year we had like a summer where it was like 40 degrees Celsius, around 40 for like 2 weeks straight or something, which is really uncommon for Germany. And yeah, we had pretty bad wildfires as well in that time. I mean, it can be as much as like someone dropping a cigarette in like a forest or something, right? If it's dry enough. Hey, the Carbon, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Welcome in. I'm doing good, thank you. Having a nice day so far. But yeah, how's it going for you? Hope you're having a nice one. Hope it's not too hot for you. Or don't knock it till you try it. Fair enough. Who knows, maybe it's really invigorating, you know? Exactly, that's the invigorating part. But yeah, 40 is definitely not something you have often here. So it's certainly a bit of a special time. Yeah, I'm definitely also more built for the colder climates, I think. I mean, honestly, I don't mind if it's like a dry heat. You know, I can definitely deal with it quite well. But usually in Germany, we tend to have like more humid climate in the summer. So any kind of like heat is kind of like definitely... It feels like the air is like standing pretty much. It's like half water, half air, and it's just like standing. And you're walking through it. That's how it feels sometimes. So I do tend to also prefer, you know, like summer, spring and fall overall. I do like the transitional seasons a lot either way. But one thing I love about the summer was definitely the long days, you know. Just having so much daylight, and I also love these summer evenings, you know, because you have like very slow transition from like day to night, and yeah, it's just I don't know, I like the feeling of like summer nights for sure. Yeah, definitely not the most pleasant feeling if you don't even have any you know, like wind or something either. Like wind circulation helps a lot with humid climate. Okay, so what else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pail. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pail and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
And what does this pale-aged liquor do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
Ah yeah, just like that. The liver just restored to perfect health. That's how easy it is. Yeah, I don't blame you, Aura. I mean, like when it's light outside 24/7, South Europe is good, light during the day and around 20 in the evening dark. Some parts of Sweden, for example, the sun almost never sets during summer. That is true. Yeah, that is something I'm not super, like, much of a fan of either. I was actually in Sweden quite a lot in the summertime. Also, like, a bit further north. And yeah, you know, like, chances are it's like midnight and still like almost like pretty much as bright as it is during the day, you know? And that definitely feels weird, you know? It feels like it's like a middle of the day when it's like deep in the night already, pretty much. can definitely mess with a biorhythm a little bit. I should probably get my hands on some of that. What else is in there?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the Pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions.
Gee, I wonder why.
This is exactly what you need.
Is it now? Moments before, Inland Empire said it's just a bunch of useless garbage. Change their reaction quickly there.
I don't know. I don't want to be the party pooper, but this Pale territory sounds sort of dangerous. Maybe you shouldn't walk in it naked.
I shouldn't. Anything else of note?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Marital obligations, huh? I'm guessing we're not talking about like washing the dishes. Well, I guess it's up to you guys to decide if we need help with our marital obligations or not. So let's start a vote here. Okay, so it's 50-50. I chose the second one. I probably need that. So we're gonna go with the first one. We certainly don't need that. Grumpy Sam in Iceland. On Iceland in summer, you played football at around 1 at night, and it felt like in the afternoon. Yeah, that would be such a weird feeling. For like time. But yeah, I mean, I guess you can definitely play football quite well then, if it's like as daytime.
You close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
So we can't buy the medicinal purposes of a Pale either for $4.20 there. So we're just gonna leave here for now. Another boring book. Just discard it here.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Let's look at the map of Insulinda.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
What else?
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white.
Grumpy, you might replay this with the app. I can definitely recommend it. It's a great extension to have. And yeah, it's really cool to have the viewers, you know, pitch in and give their opinion on how they would treat certain choices. What's also really cool is that viewers can watch or look at the journal and your stats at any time. And there's also a vote that you can make for stats. For about 3 minutes or so, you can actually change the stats, and everyone gets one vote to apply one skill point or deduct one skill point from any of the skill trees. Also, hey there, Maxi, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much. Over 44 months of resubbing. Thank you so much, dude. How's it going? Good day to you. Mitch, what is this game about? So basically, it's about a detective that wakes up and barely remembers anything about what's happened previously. Who's clearly having a substance abuse problem, you know, and that's probably why he has troubles remembering. And yeah, it's very narratively focused. You're actually supposed to solve a murder. And yeah, you have definitely very, like, as I said, narrative focused game, which means there's like lots of text, lots of like talking to people. And you also make lots of choices where the whole like RPG-ness comes in, because you can decide to be a more physical, a more psychological, a more thinking, or a more motoric skill type of character. And that actually also makes like an impact on what kind of choices you have, and yeah, changes the narration of a story quite substantially. But to be honest, I'm still super early into the game. I haven't even started the crime investigation yet. I've just been running around the game world and just talking to people so far, just to get like a bit of an idea for the setting, you know, because it's not really historic in that sense. It's actually a universe that someone built with the idea behind it that it's still based on like the same like backstory as our world, but at some point it kind of like bridged away, I guess. And yeah, things have totally evolved in a different manner, I guess. But yeah, apparently the writers behind this worked out like 6,000 years of history for this particular setting, which is also quite interesting. But yeah, I'm still very early into it. And definitely enjoying it. Maxi, you're doing well, thanks. Hope this Elysium has been going okay. Absolutely, dude. I'm really loving the game so far. The writing is great, I have to say. Very unique too. And yeah, loving it so far. Just haven't made a lot of progress, honestly. At least, yeah, that's what it feels like to me. But doesn't matter too much because I, you know, still enjoy it. Have you installed the crew Motorfest yet, Maxi? Grumpy, since I'm an AC expert, what do I think about playing AC Brotherhood these days? Does it still hold up? I would definitely most certainly say it does hold up quite well. It's still very, very fun, you know, running around Rome and having your Assassin Brotherhood at your disposal, ranking them up and sending them out on missions. There's also lots of side missions and side activities. Yeah, also the whole like renovation, you know, system is really fun to play around with. And it's also one of the more refined kind of Getsu games for sure when it comes to the gameplay. With the stealth and combat and also some of the parkour. So yeah, I would say Brotherhood holds up very well indeed. Dr. Darling, you predict this playthrough will not end before 2025. Wow. We're gonna see, I guess, but yeah, I do also have a feeling that it's gonna take us a bit. It's definitely set in Europe somewhere. Yeah, I mean, it's developed by a British studio. And it wouldn't surprise me if I also kind of like set it in that area roughly, or at least an area inspired by the UK. But yeah, who knows? We still have to find out a lot more about the setting. And yeah, no worries, dude. But yeah, I think it will probably help if you already played some of the Ezio games before.
In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you. Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol, with a radius of 80 kilometers, still the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible.
Let's look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seol is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called.
British, you thought it was the Baltics? I mean, who knows? Honestly, I have no idea. But yeah, it was just like more of a guess, I guess. But yeah, I wonder if it's like even inspired by a particular region or not. Maybe Wikipedia has an idea.
Connections to other worlds, words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
So because I have like very low thinking stats or intellect stats, we kind of like failed on actually making out, what these distant lands are. Because we don't have quite as much knowledge.
Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
But it's kind of funny how like failing to have a high intellect means that we actually believe that they are gods. You could say it's a bit of a blow, maybe. But yeah, I think it's funny. It's like, we have no knowledge, let's turn to religion. Seems like France mixed with some ex-communist country. Yeah, I mean, communism is definitely a big part of the universe, it seems. Communistic revolutions that happened prior to the setting, it seems. And we certainly have met quite a few people with a French accent. Let's look at the map of Revachol.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And west of the river?
Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. The strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just you?
Yeah, that's just for shivers.
No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
It's really cool hearing the differences, in his voice. When he was doing the volition, he sounded like much calmer. Hold yourself together, keep the morale up. Urges you to be a good guy. But I've already read all of it, so I'm not gonna read all of it again. Let's look at the map of Martinaise.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
Well, we can ask to buy these maps, but I honestly probably can't afford them either way.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinaise is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them.
Fair. I mean, I can't even afford the regular, like, book.
They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinaise is 90 cents, though.
Oh, never mind. I could afford the map of Martinaise. But if it's more of a tourist thing, that's understandable, I guess. Or you would assume if it's a tourist thing that they actually make it extra expensive, not affordable. Have you ever seen Orphan Black? One actress plays several parts and the subtle changes she implements is so good. I don't think I have, no. I haven't seen Orphan Black yet. But it's really cool when, you know, actors or actresses can pull it off so well. You know, these like very subtle differences. Especially when you have to like play different kind of like personas. Or like different parts. Kinda had to think of a movie Split with James McAvoy. Because he also ends up playing like a bunch of different characters essentially. It's part of like his personality being split into multiple parts. It's been like ages since I've seen that one. And I only saw it once. It's pretty good you missed the last season, but you enjoyed the seasons you did watch, mostly because the actress is so talented. Well, thank you for a recommendation. It definitely sounds interesting. So is it like in a certain historical setting, or is it like contemporary, or what's kind of like the stage behind Orphan Black? My favorite is when she's playing one person pretending to be another person, and that's fun. Yeah, it's really cool, like seeing you know, people pull it off so well. It's sci-fi, secret science, experiment stuff. Okay. Yeah, sounds interesting. Is it like on Netflix or something? So why is the one of Martinaise so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinaise up. All these ruins are bad for business.
So we could easily afford buying the map. However, we also have a choice to use interfacing and motor skill, which is very low for us, which is why we have a 28% chance of success, and steal it instead. So I'm gonna make it open to the viewers again with a choice here. Please don't vote for choice 1 to 4 because I already asked those questions. So we kind of pointless. But yeah, focus on 5 and 6, and then we can make the choice between either buying it, which we can afford, or we can steal it and probably not succeed. So yeah, gonna be starting the vote now. Okay, so we're gonna go and buy the map for 90 cents. I would have chose stealing Zomb.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Right, we receive a map of Martini.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
How do I go to my inventory again? I thought it was here. I probably have to wait until I'm out of a dialogue, I reckon. Okay, let's leave here for now. And now I can access the inventory, I see. So there we go. A 1 and 2 map of a Martini area dating from 48. A title on the top reads Bienvenue à Revachol. It's a bit out of date as it was originally created by a design studio in a failed attempt to spruce up Martini and turn it into a fancy tourist location. So I can't equip it, I guess. I can interact with it.
Features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Well, trace a path through the grid.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Okay then. Ah yeah, map. Aha. Interesting. I was actually wondering if the game had like any map whatsoever. It's like an interesting way of doing one. But still gives us a good idea here, you know, where we are roughly. So we only really have been to the Martini waterfront. We haven't been to the fisherman shacks of the church yet. Or there's clones, hence the one actress. You're not sure where it actually is, but you would check. It's apparently an AMC show now. It's Canadian, so that's weird. And you can watch it through Amazon or YouTube or Apple TV or whatever. It used to be a BBC show. Ah, okay. A BBC show that's also Canadian. That's interesting. Or maybe like wasn't initially British and then they adapted it into like an American show or something. Wouldn't be the first time, I guess. Alright, but yeah guys, this is gonna be everything though that I will be able to do in this stream, because time's up. That's all I can do for today for this session. We didn't still find the dead body, and we didn't start the investigation, but it still felt like we spent some good time, you know, just like investigating and getting familiar with, you know, some of the people we get to meet. And it still feels like we're already, you know, doing the investigation process, even though we technically haven't found the body yet, because all of this knowledge we receive here early on will probably help in the long run, I reckon. But yeah, it's gonna be everything we will be doing for today, so let's go ahead and have a save. And let's go back to the main menu. Or it was Canadian from the start, but you think BBC bought it and then it got sold to AMC, you sure? Ah, interesting. I guess that's something that BBC couldn't do today anymore. I mean, they had to salva like one of the most popular shows ever, which is Doctor Who, right? Like they sold Doctor Who, which has been running on BBC since the 60s, to Disney. Honestly, kind of sad that they didn't have the funds anymore. No worries whatsoever, Senny. Thank you for being here, dude. And thank you also again for the raid earlier, Rod. No worries, Aura. Thanks for being here too. You too, Zom. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being here. And catch you next time. Catch you next time, Dr. Darling. Have a good one. You too, Grumpy. Take care, dude. Thanks also for joining. Cheers, Wayne. Definitely will. Yeah, gonna make myself some dinner here soon. Gonna make some chop suey today. Like the song from System of a Down. Maybe I should hear the song while actually cooking a chop suey. Would be fitting. There's only 4 seasons. It ended in 2017, so not too long ago. I gotcha. So relatively recent then. Cheers, Rod. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you also to all the other guys raiding today. Schiller and Mita. And Rod, thank you so much for the raids today. Thanks also again for the follow, Zona. And Maxi, thank you also again so much for the resub as well. With 44 months. And everyone else, thank you so much for watching the stream, for being in chat, participating in the votes as well. Definitely a fun aspect of this playthrough, you know, getting viewer votes and influence as well. And yeah, also to all the lurkers too. Really appreciate it. Oh yeah, delicious. No worries whatsoever, Mitch. Thanks also for being here and for the company. Definitely catch you next time. And yeah, let's have a look who's online and who we can raid today, shall we? Ava Parker Shaw, welcome in. What makes this game so good? Well, I'm still relatively early into the game, so I can't really make a statement about the whole game. But so far, with my impressions, I would have to say that certainly the story and the writing is, you know, at the forefront of the game. And it's both the style of writing that I think is very unique, but also the way they kind of like do the whole narrative structure. That's something that I haven't really seen being done that way in another game before. It certainly feels like they're combining the style of a book and the way a book is written with the way an RPG is written as a game. But then also adding really unique creative elements on top of it. But I would say the art direction, you know, like having this oil painty look is also a very unique thing about the game. With the environment, and I mean the soundtrack is also amazing, so I would have to say it's probably so good because it really feels like a, you know, true piece of art. Not discounting, you know, other games that are maybe more streamlined in their approach. Or saying that they're not piece of art, but it definitely feels quite arty, to say the least. But they're also quite thought-provoking stories, so that's definitely for me personally a big plus. I do like when my brain gets engaged in stories, rather than just, you know, hearing like mindless dialogue or something you've heard many times before. So yeah, those would be my reasons for why the game is very good. But I'm sure other people will tell you different things. Especially if they have played more of the game. No worries whatsoever, Parker. No worries for the answer. Always happy to, you know, respond to questions. It is good because of the fact that it is good. Exactly. There you go, that's the perfect answer right there. Just explain it with itself. Alright, so I think I'm just gonna have a quick look if I actually still streaming actively or not, but I think so. Ah yeah. Okay, so Gisek is still playing some Star Wars Outlaws, so we're gonna go and raid over there, see how that game is treating him and how it's going for him. If you wanna follow us with a raid over to Gislek to watch some Star Wars Outlaws, there's some raid emotes in chat, feel free to copy and paste them. Parker randomly saw it on TikTok and came to check it out on here and found my profile and to follow. Well, thank you so much, Parker, for coming out over here and checking out the stream. Sorry that you couldn't catch more of it since we're kind of like ending here, but yeah, maybe next stream. And yeah, thanks so much for joining as well. No worries, Avi. More than happy for the stream. Hope you also have a great rest of the day and everyone else. And yeah, I will catch you all in the next one. Until then, take care.